How's everybody doing tonight? You ready for a puzzle? It's episode 333, which is what? Is that? Well, it's a little over a month away, I guess. I don't remember what day it started, but I've been doing a show per day. And when we get to 365, then I've proven to myself that I can do a show per day. Sort of the first task in deciding to do a live stream is to test if I really can. So if I get to day 365, which I'm at 333 today, we're pretty close. Anyway, 333 I thought was a pretty cool number. So I grabbed this puzzle, which it's not from, I don't even know who it's from. Like checking the box, I don't know, it says Rose here. Is that a company? It's not really clear who did this. It says mechanical 3D puzzle on the box, and that's very common. I don't know, it's a Chinese manufacturer, and I think that when it comes in these generic boxes, this is a little bit above the generic, but when it comes in like a generic cardboard colored box with the sticker on the top and says mechanical 3D puzzle, that's like generic. I assume they're sending them to the same, like whatever manufacturing place. I forget the name of that city, like Shen something or whatever. But who sent the plans could be anybody. This is a little bit upgraded. The box color is different. And it looks to me like a pretty interesting puzzle. I mean, we'll have to see. But, I mean, it looks interesting, right? It's some type of Rube Goldberg machine. It's only 168 pieces. That's also interesting. Anyway, let's open it up and see what's in there. It's crazy that it doesn't have a manufacturer on it because I think it's pretty good. And people are saying this could be done in one day, like one sitting. I'm kind of skeptical about that because, how could you do like... a 168 page puzzle that's this complex, like in one day? Is that really realistic? It takes batteries. There's a motor. There's a bunch of marbles. I mean, let's see what happens here. I don't know if we really can do it in one day. I would like to, if possible. But let's see how it goes. All right, it's like still some plastic here. All right, we got instructions. There's a good amount of instructions here. Let's see what we got going on. I think I'll get the box kind of out of the way. I'll stick it back here. Certain shots it'll probably show up in. Probably won't show up in many. You know what? Maybe I'll... Yeah, who cares? We don't care about the box. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at these instructions. Mechanical rail bead. It's kind of unprofessional. Like, look at the size of this print. That's not usually how the safety warning is. It's smaller print and usually has a graphic. It's customary to capitalize all of the words in the title, not just the first. A sentence would be the first, but it would have a period at the end. So I don't know how many other puzzles these guys have done, and I can't look it up because it doesn't say who made it on the box. I just got it, as a review. I can't really tell you anything about it, but we're gonna find out. Maybe there'll be some clues in this instructions. It's the glossy instructions. They're like coated, full color. 5. The pages are numbered, but what order do they go in? Like, how do I open it? All right, so 1, 2, 3, and then I guess you flip it over. So 1, 2, 3 on the front, and then you flip it over for 4, 5, 6 on the back. By the time you get halfway through 5, it looks pretty much done. And these instructions aren't that, I don't know if I even need to put them. I usually put them on an iPad, but maybe I'll just leave them on screen today. Like, just leave this book here, and you can just see it. All right, so instruction 1. All right, so these are going to be segments. How do we have this named? We have it named page and piece. All right, let's do, I'm going to adjust the scoreboard a little bit. I'm going to call this 168 total. Is that going to fit there? I don't know how many letters I have for that little edge there. 168 total. Okay. So piece can stay. And then there's one other thing I want to change. The where it says page, it should say segment. So let's change that. Or panel. Let's do panel. Because I do the ambiguous segment when there are multiple panels, but it looks like this is pretty clean. Like one panel per instruction. Sometimes there'll be a 1 here, like 20 panels, and then a, and then a B. And actually this is like that, A, B, C, but the numbers continue. 4 is in A, 5 is in B. At this point, I'm not even sure what those A, B's, and C's mean. J, K. They do mean something. So I could potentially number them by the letters, but the panel numbering is consistent. So we're going to stick with that. All right, so let's get started. Panel 1 is 3 pieces. So segment 1, 3 pieces. Those pieces are G5, G6, and G7. All right, let's do it. G5, G6, and G7. I kind of wish these instructions weren't glossy. Now I'm thinking that maybe I do have to photograph them, but I think that's going to take too much time if we're going to try to do this in one day. But because they're glossy, you're probably not seeing them. Let's try the close-up camera. They need to add a button where, the close-up camera is like somehow anti-gloss. You can see it. They need to add a button on YOLO Box where I press it and it like screenshots this, and then we can like keep it on the screen. But they don't have that button yet. So this is segment 1. G5, G6, and G7. All right, I have to flip it out because the G5 is cut off. G5, G6, and G7. So I'm just going to put the instructions in front of this close-up camera because for some reason it's anti-glare. All right, so that's your one look at it. G5, G6, and G7. Now let's get back to opening this box because there's plastic around it. Started 8 minutes ago. We don't have any pieces put together. That's not looking good for getting this done in one day. It looks so complex, when it's built, but it's only 168 pieces. And they seem to be fairly large pieces, which is usually a good sign. This isn't even wood. I don't know what this is. What is going on here? Anyway, well, it's definitely, and they're popping right, they're falling, the pieces are falling right out. I don't know what this special board is here. It seems to be the H board, so we're just going to kind of put that aside for now. It might be, we're going to be dealing with electricity at some point. It might be, that's why it's, the pieces fall right out from that board. In fact, they might even be missing. Trying to put them back in here. You can see there's some missing. I'm just going to put it here so you can see me put the pieces back in. So Let's see if there's any missing or not. They're like, they clearly don't stay in. Is that a piece? Oh yeah, that goes here. All right, so there's 2 pieces, I presume missing, though maybe they have gaps. Like, for example, these pieces have gaps. Small gaps. Are there huge gaps in that? There might be. We'd have to look. I'm just flipping through the boards. There's other pieces that have fallen out. So clearly that's a problem. We shouldn't have a problem getting boards out today. Looks like they all come out pretty easily. Here's another different type of board here. I don't know what this is. Wow, this is some really experimental build. I feel like we have to give them a lot of credit for trying. I don't know if it's going to be a success or a failure, but we have to give them credit for trying. All right, that's A. We're supposedly starting with G. This is H. Let's get H out of the way. So where is G? Lots of pieces falling out. I mean, it says C here. It says 3 here. This one says A. It's another different type of material. Is that just one big piece? It looks like it. A looks like one giant piece. So we're not going to see A much. This fell out of this board, which doesn't seem to have any writing. It's probably on this side. This is the G. This is the G board. This is G23. All right. Let's get something done. We're now at 12 minutes and we haven't put a piece together yet. Not good. Not good at all. All right. What's up here? G5, G6, and G7. G5, G6, G7. All right, so according to the instructions, we hold G6 like this. We drop. Did I forget which one's G5 and which one's G7? Well, G5 is the one with the tab closer, and it goes on top. And then G7 goes on the bottom. I can already tell you this is a non-standard build, because normally when you're creating one of these like plus sign configuration long pieces, it usually starts with 2 pieces that like scissor together, not 3 pieces that snap in. So we're already off the beaten path here. Okay, segment 2 is just a check mark. Check, we did it. Panel 2. All right, panel 3 is going to add, so I said I would do this on close-up, right? Wow, that is some blurry close-up. That's not going to work. All right, let's pull back a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Okay. All right, I guess that's the distance we're going to do for the instructions. That's probably good, because you know what? I can just maybe turn this here and leave the instructions there. And I'll just, like, anytime I want to see them, I just go to camera 4. So anyway, what it's doing is it's adding 3 pieces. E7 and 2 G14s, and they're going to slide onto the thing that we built. E7, 2 G14s. All right, so 3 more pieces. We're up to 6 pieces. 2 G14s, so I should have those here, right? Oh my goodness. Alright. There's the G14s. All the pieces are falling out. I mean, yes, it's a bad thing when you can't get the pieces out, but when they're like just falling out, that's bad too. Alright, so is there any specific way that these go on? I think they go on the main piece, because the two had the pieces that are tabbed on, but these are going to go on the main piece with the circle. Wait a minute. How are we going to do this? Okay, the circle is in the upper left. Is that how it goes? Yeah, circle in the upper left. Alright. Which side is the ink side? We gotta take another look here. It's not clear. I think the ink should go this way, but if you look at this instructions, it's not clear which way the ink should go. It may not matter, but it's not clear. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about these guys being new, but so far everything I'm seeing is telling me that this is a new outfit. But I'm inspired by the machine that supposedly we're going to build. I want to see that. Wow, is this the E sheet or not? I can't even see. This is the C sheet. Okay. B. What is this? D. That's D. Finally, E. E7. There's actually two E7s. I'm going to put the E board up there. I'm probably going to be putting the boards all over the place because I find moving these boards problematic. Pieces fall out. Alright, we did this. We got the two G14s and the E7. What's next? Next is a check. We got it right. 4 is just a check. Look at the thing, see if it's right. What do you think? Is it right? It blocks that hole, so that's a little weird, but anyway. What's up next here? Alright, segment 5. We add, we're starting something new. So we put that away for a minute. And what we're starting new is 2 E5s. No, that's not what it is. It's an E3, an E2, and 4 E5s in the middle. I'm making some type of gear. So that's 6 pieces. So we're up to 12 pieces. This one panel is doubling our pieces. Alright, so E3 and E2. Alright, this is the E board, right? Where are E3 and E2? There's E7. There's E2 is this giant piece. So I saw that there was another giant piece that fell out. I bet you that was E3. There it is. Alright, so this must be E3. Yeah. It says E3 right on it. That's E3. Alright, so E board goes up there. E3 is going to go on the back. E5 in the front. No, E2 in the front. And then 4 E5s are the connectors. Wait till you see the E5s. They're just little squares. I think I don't recall seeing that before in these models. They're just literally just squares. Did this puzzle come with sandpaper? I don't think it did. Oh no, it did. It did. This bag has the sandpaper, and it has wax too. So I don't know when we're gonna need them, but we got them. We're definitely gonna need them. I think we should just assume. All right. So for example, these oh, there's a screwdriver. So these pieces clearly have splinters on them. So we're gonna sand off the splinters. But these other pieces are gears. And it's a good rule to wax gears because gears are going to move. And if they're waxed, they're going to move better. So even though the instructions didn't say it, we're going to wax these gears. I'm going to try to do it quick. Waxing is a very messy process. It gets wax all over the table, but we have to do it, you know. Wow, it's not only a messy process, it's a slow process. Because I'm trying to hit every gear. Every notch in the gear. What are those notches in gears called? There's got to be a word for that. But I don't know it. Alright, we'll start with the E3, where it says E3, and we'll just continue around until we get back to where it says E3. We're about halfway done right now. Wax in every gear. You don't have to post in the comments if I miss a gear. I'm sure I'm going to miss at least one gear. Alright. E3. Now, where do these go? These 4 like E5s. Wow, they don't fit. Which probably means I'm putting them in the wrong spot, right? Alright, let's take another look at the instructions. They do go in these slots, so I don't know why they're not fitting. I guess I have to jam them in there. They need to go in, whether they like it or not. Am I supposed to leave space between these two pieces, or am I supposed to smush them together? Because these pieces that I'm putting in, their length is greater than the thickness of these 2 wheels. So these are going to stick out. And I just don't know like which side they're supposed to stick out and how far. Let's see if the next instruction says. It doesn't really say. I mean, it looks like it's just sticking out a little bit. I don't know. Let's just give it a shot here. They're coming out the back rather than going into the second piece, and they don't seem to be lined up. Let me pop that off because the holes aren't lined up, and I think they're supposed to be. All right, let's try it again. That was an annoying sound, like chalk on a blackboard. All right, it's just not happening here. Is there only one way to line the pieces up? I don't know, you would think there was 2, but alright, I gotta push these a little further in because that's going to help keep them straight. I don't want them bending when they're going in to the second. Oh my goodness, that went in too far. Well, at least it's not bending. All right, let's try again. All right, a little bit out on each side. That's the plan, right? All right, moving on to instruction 7. No, instruction 6. Now we have to add 2 pieces, E1 and E4. So up to 14 pieces. This is E4. Oh, I dropped out an E10. That's E4. This is E1. We again have the question of how do you line these pieces up. I think we got to look ahead to 7 to have a guess there. I can't tell you. It only, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to line them up. We're going to line up these, and we're going to line up those. And we're going to assume that that's correct. And later, if it's not, we'll have to fix it. All right. So I think at this point, you can get them flush at the back side. And then the only thing going on top is going to be this E3. What is that? E4. Yeah. All right. So flush in the back. This one's a little high. All right. And then we pop this on the front, again, trying to line it up. We got the circles above the ovals. All right. We're flush on both sides. So I assume we did a good job. So we built like 2 pieces so far. And we have a very messy desk because of all that waxing. Unavoidable. All right, what's next here? Oh. What did I just do? Hold on a second. I think I just made the screen black. All right. What button was that I pressed? Oh, still. What does still do? Oh, that's bad. Still is bad. All right. I thought still was maybe going to freeze frame, but I just found some buttons that break the A10 Mini, so I'll try to avoid doing that in the future. All right. Finally, let's move on to 7. What I really meant to do was just press 4. But I pressed black and then I pressed still, and they both produced black screens. All right, so for 7, we're going to add 2 E8s and 4 F5s. 2 E8s and 4 F5s. And they're showing a close-up of something. What is that close-up trying to say? Not really sure. Anyway, we're adding 6 pieces. So we're up to 20 pieces. Well, that was quick to get to 20 pieces. All right. The E8s, so 2 E8s. It's going to be 1 on each end. 2 E8s. They've got little rectangles in them. That's probably what they're showing us in that caution, whatever that is. You know, I don't actually, all they're showing in this caution is to keep all the ovals lined up, which I think we've done so far until we put the circles in front of them, which we had no choice but to do that. All right, so now we need a new board, the F board. And the F board, where's the F board? It's not that one. No, that's H. A is like nothing. I'm just going to put A off to this, completely off to the side. All right, this is the F board. So F What was the name of that piece? F5. There's a lot of pins on the F board. There's a bunch of F12s for sure. F5s are, again, they're just more, they're just rectangles. One, two, three, four. All right. They're all hanging off the back. Only one of them actually fell out. There's the other ones. Okay. Okay, so they're going in those rectangles, so that makes sense. Actually, this is like pretty easy because once the rectangles are in, they must go into these rectangles. Yeah, it's like no choice, really. Can't mess up. I don't know why they gave that caution. You really can't mess up on this section. Well, you can fail to get these rectangles in, which is what I'm currently doing. They're tiny little rectangles. They're tough to work with. Wow. That didn't happen. Let's try again. This time I'm using the needle nose pliers. Try to get that in. I don't know why it was not going by fingers, but it wasn't, so. Alright, here we go. Let's get it on here. So two rectangles here, two rectangles here. They must go on. They must go in. I don't feel them grabbing. That's why I keep spinning it. Alright, now I feel it. Wow. Did that go in? Yeah, it did. Didn't feel exactly right, but I guess it went in. Alright, let's get the next two going. Now I'm just going straight to the needle nose. Because this piece is too small to work with by fingers. At least my fingers. Maybe someone else can do it. Too much. Try again. Oh my goodness. You know, usually when the companies do these tabs, they put a line in the middle, and that line allows it to compress. They put a line in the middle of the piece, and they put little like tapers at the corners, and that allows you to start the piece with the taper, and then the line in the middle allows the piece to squeeze when you're pushing it in. And then it wants to go to its natural expansion once it's in. And that's what keeps it in. You know, that's what creates the friction to keep it in. I see that this puzzle is just going straight to, you know, squares. So I think they did a great job with the overall design. But a lot of little issues with like how to make tabs and how to attach pieces, like they just didn't study the existing field just to do all the problems that have already been solved. Kind of like when I did Electromagnet. My first comic book was a 300-page sci-fi comic called Electromagnet, and I didn't take anything that the industry had already figured out. I just took like a fresh approach to everything, which probably was interesting for some people, but frustrating for others. Anyway, 8 was just a checkbox. We passed the checks. 9 is F2, F3, and 4 E5s. Right, so that's 9. F2, F3, and 4 E5s. That's 6 pieces, so we're up to 26 pieces. 4 E5s, right? So here's F2. Here's F3. This is looking very similar to what we just built. But I guess it's a little bit different. It's not that different. 2 big wheels and 4 E5s. So far, it's a lot of bit the same. But piece is stuck to the board. There we go. All right. F2, F3. Okay. Not going to bother with the sanding this time. It's like, just we need to start picking up the pace. I think I'm going to do it like this. Down against the... I have a neoprene mat on my desk. So when I need hard backing, I have to put something underneath it. But in this situation, the soft backing works out pretty good. So I'm putting it right onto the mat. Just getting those 4 E5s in there. 3 of them in, 1 to go. Always trying to find that camera angle where my hands aren't blocking what's going on, but apologies if I often fail at that. Alright, so we have to keep these ovals lined up. Remember that from last time. Keep the ovals lined up. One of the pins is not going in. That one. Well, it's in now. For a second it wasn't going in. Now this one is not going in. No, this one is giving us a bigger problem. Maybe it twisted a little bit. And maybe we gotta... Yep, that's twisted a lot. Let's pull out this end. And then once we get them even, we're going to push both ends in. That worked. Okay. Stick it out a little bit on both sides. That one that we had to play doctor with is now loose, so that's not great. I think we chipped the wood here. But when we put on another layer, that should help to hold the pin in place. Now, right now, it's just, completely fallen out. It's not doing any good, but I believe we're going to put more pieces on and then it'll stay better. All right, so we're up to 10. We're going to add 2 pieces, F1 and F4. So that brings us to 28 pieces total. F1 and F4, they should be very similar to what we just did a minute ago. We're like going along pretty good with the pieces, but like we're up to piece 28. But in terms of the instruction sheet, like we're still on the first of, 6 pages, so that's not good. Okay, there we go. It's kind of misaligned for a minute. Good thing it didn't go on. I was trying to get it on, but it wasn't lined up. Maybe that's why it didn't go on. Come on. Okay. Actually, should it be flush at this point? Yeah. It's only the other side. This side should be flush, I believe. If not, we'll find out in a minute. All right, now, there's something here we have to be careful with. And we might not have been on this side. Look, okay, I think we're fine because the plus sign goes all the way through. But this one has, okay, so this has a plus sign that goes all the way through. So even though our squares aren't lined up, it probably doesn't matter. But we should have been careful about that. Here, there's a circle in the middle. That's going to go all the way through because that's the middle. But then there's two squares next to it. And I'm not sure if what we can no longer see, if those pieces had something that was supposed to pass through. I don't think they did. But what I want to do is have these line up with these. So I think to do that, I have to do like this. Yeah, that looks right. I don't know how much it matters, those squares, but I'm lining them up just in case it matters. They didn't give us a caution sign. Then we would know for sure it matters. Anyway, that's built. So we built 1, 2, 3 items. Actually, we're not done with that third item yet. We need to add 6 more pieces. 2 F7s and 4 F5s. So that's 6 pieces. So we're up to 34 pieces. E5 is the piece? The E5s are gone. F5. Okay, F5. So 2 F7s, 4 F5s. There's the F7s. And here's the F5s. Okay, there we go. Now, is it the squares that are going to hold them all together? It looks like it with these tiny little connectors. Yeah, it is. All right. Well, let's use the pliers again. I'm putting them in the side without the ink just so I can read the ink. Though the ink is just the name of the piece, so maybe you want to put it on the inside, but I just always do ink side out. That's just my thing. This tiny little piece. Would it be easier if I first put it in here? That does seem easier. It's just putting it into a bigger piece. It's for some reason easier. It seems easier. It didn't go in. So I can't really say that it's easier. Let's try again. Alright, that piece got crushed a little by the pliers, but it went in. Alright, now let's get an F7 on top. Those E5s got crushed by the pliers. That could cause problems trying to make this connection. No, it went on. So it didn't cause problems, so I'm going to keep doing it. even though it's probably not perfect. Oh my goodness. Definitely need the pliers. So why does everyone drive on the Garden State Parkway during the weekends in summer? Like, my parents live in South Jersey. They moved there a few years ago. And we like to visit them on the weekends, but during the summer, we have to find ways to do it on the weekdays because you like can't drive on the Garden State Parkway in the summer. Like, what is the problem? Everyone like needs to get to South Jersey for some reason. Like, just go somewhere and stay there all summer. Like, why are you going back and forth? All right, 12 is just a check. Oh, I know what these A, B's, and C's are. This is piece A. This is piece B, and this is piece C. I probably should somewhat keep them in that order, so I don't forget which one's which. Because that B and C kind of look alike. A, B, C. Every time there's a green check, it gets a name. There's a green check, it's a C. There's a green check, it's a B. There's a green check, it's an A. So it's a good thing we went by the panel numbers, not those letters, because those letters indicate the names of assembled pieces. Yeah, it's the first time I'm working with the instructions from these folks, so in fact, we even should go through this key right now. Design surface, no design of surface, so those are logos. Step 1, sometimes there will be multi-steps. Smooth rotation. Have we seen that sign yet? We did see that here. I don't know if that's a coincidence. There's no arrow on it. There's a little something there. What is that? What is that? Looks like a hockey puck. I don't know what they're trying to show us there. Step complete. Magnifying glass. Wax lubrication. Okay, wax. That's the wax. Alright, so we were supposed to wax this piece. Okay, it's a good thing we checked the key. Alright, so let's get this piece all waxed up. Alright, done. That piece is waxed. Okay. The motor, we knew that. Rubber mat. Where is there a rubber mat? These pieces are rubber. These ones off camera here. I don't know if that's when that's gonna be relevant. Iron bars, 35 millimeter iron bars. Yeah, yep. There's some iron bars in that bag. Steel ball. Yeah, there's definitely some steel balls. Wooden stick. There's the stick. Screw. Are there screws in this bag? Oh, well, there's a screwdriver. There's no screws in this bag. There's gonna be a problem. Oh, okay, yeah. There's a couple screws. Alright, a couple of screws in that bag. Screwdriver. Alright, that's it for page 1. Let's move on to page 2. This board's going to be all folded to hell by the time I'm done with it. Alright, we're starting a new piece. There's a lot going on here. We need to wax the gears. We just learned that. Does that circle mean smooth rotation? Well, yes. Wax the gears so you get smooth rotation. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Probably not English-speaking company that made this puzzle. Alright. There's a lot of pieces here in step 13. Let's just count them first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 2 D8s, D9, 2 F6s, 2 D5s. 2, 4, no, what? 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 pieces. Is that how many? Yeah, 7 pieces. Alright, so that's going to bring us up to 41 pieces. Alright, now 2 pieces from F, 5 pieces from D. The Fs are twin F6s. And they need to be waxed. Let's just get that out of the way right now. Good way to know where you are. Start from the lettering and wax until you reach the lettering again. You don't really see the wax other than when it falls on the table, but it has an effect. It's like waxing your skis to go down the mountain. You wax these gears and it makes them work better. In a car, you would use oil, but in a wooden puzzle, you use wax. Are skis wood? They probably were at some point in history. Not anymore, I'm sure. And maybe the wax is different now that the skis are different. All right, so those 2 F6s. Everything else comes from the D sheet. Now, next question is, where is the D sheet? It's not this one, is it? That's C. That's B. So this must be D, right? And sure enough, this is D. Alright, so 2 D5s. There's the D5s. They look just like these F7s, by the way. No, not just like. The F7s have a circle in the middle, and these have a different in the middle. They're similar, though. They're similar. Alright, so 2 D5s, 2 F6s. By the way, here's the spiral. Give you a sense of the size of this thing. It might have seemed bigger in the picture. Alright, D9 is right here. That goes on the other side of the F6s. And then 2 D8s, which are just like basically wooden nickels. You ever heard the expression, don't take any wooden nickels? Well, we're taking them today. Alright. So, this H-looking piece is asymmetric. The opening on this side is bigger than the opening on this side. So, you're going to put them on the shorter openings. Well, it depends how you look at it. If you start with these wooden nickels, the D8s, then you're going to put them on the longer opening side. And I think you're going to push them to the point. You're going to show the entire opening, I believe, looking at the picture. Then goes on the F6s. Try to get them. The F6s, I don't think you can mess up, but just double check. You want the gears to be lined up. You don't want them to be shifted. You want it to function like one gear. And then we put on the D5s, and they actually go through the rectangular holes on them. That's how the D5s get on there. So that's going to also kind of tell you how deep to push them, because probably as far as they go is the answer. Because remember, it was the short side of the H. I don't know, it's not going on at all right now. There we go. Now it's finally going in. Alright, let's get the second one on and get it to flush. Perfect. I don't know why it took so long to go on, but it finally did. And our board is a freaking mess with all this wax. It's not pretty working with the wax, but it makes it work. Alright, And they definitely want us to use the wax again in E14 here. No, just 14. Panel 14. E9 is the piece we're going to add, and they want us to wax it up and then put it on this long end. All right. They said, in this picture, it shows it sticking out a little bit. But I don't think that's accurate, because here they showed the long end. So I don't think that picture is accurate. Anyway, E9 goes there. Is that this piece that came off before? I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's not that piece. It's an E9 right here. E9. There's a little groove on one side of this wax. So in the case like this, I just use the groove. All right. Ink side out, slide on the two rectangles. Slide it all the way down. It's not getting started. All right, now it's going on. Wow. All right, it still sticks out a little bit. 15 is a checkbox, and this is labeled D. So this is now piece D. So we're starting on 16, a new piece, but it's going to involve A and B going through B9. And B9 is a huge piece. Look at the size of that piece. All right, so 16 only has one new piece. But it's a big one. So B9. Is this it? It's a huge piece, right? This might be the biggest piece in the whole puzzle. I'm not sure. I mean, it might be. Probably the most eye-catching is going to be that that piece that creates like the funnel. But this is a big piece. There's some tab. Are these supposed to be punched out? It's not clear to me. Yeah, they look like they come out. So I think that's like a error again. I think these were supposed to be gone at the factory. Maybe on yours they already are, but in mine I just punched them out right now. All right, so now holding B9, this is a problem. Maybe this isn't B9. Here's what the problem is. It's wood colored on this side and it's black on this side. But they show it like this. This is not B9. I don't know where B9 is, but it's not this piece. This is from C. All right. I took it from the wrong board. That was C. Well, you know, there's a lesson in double checking your work. I make mistakes. I never claim that I don't. All right, so this is B9. Okay. Now I'm wondering about those two pieces I punched out. Were they supposed to be punched out or not? I guess we'll find out eventually. All right, now we've got B9. We got the right piece now. So A and B are going to go into B9. I believe in this small circle, that sort of circle in the middle. Let's see here. Take a close look. Yeah, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. And the side that it's going to go into is this side with the ovals, not this side with the circles. So hold that back there and put this in the front door. There's a circle there. You would think this would fit in, but it doesn't. Doesn't fit in. There's a circle here. That probably will fit in. Let's put that in first. All right. Does it matter where the circle is? There's a circle on this piece. I think it's going to spin, so it doesn't matter, but I want to make it match their instructions. Their instructions show it in this quadrant. All right, and the piece goes flush. That circle on the inside of A, it goes flush with B9. So now we're ready to stick this on with the side with the ovals going on first. All right, that's in there. I mean, I made sure I did it correct, and now I'm spinning it. Anyway, that's on. We did it. Whatever we did, it's done. I'm not sure if it makes any sense, if we did it right or wrong, but we did something, and now that something is done, is complete. Okay. So 17 does not show anything happening. It doesn't even show a checkbox. I'm sorry. Yeah, 17. 17. Do you see anything happening in 17? It doesn't look like there's anything happening there. You would think there would be a checkbox and it would get a number, but it doesn't. And now they want us to add D. So this is D. They want us to add D into another piece, but that other piece is C11. So remember that piece that we knocked out by accident? That was C11. So now we're going to work with C11 and 2 E10s. So D we already built, and we're going to add C11 and 2 E10s. So 18 is 3 pieces. We're up to 45. Now we're moving panels quickly, but pieces slowly. All right, so the C11. How does this go? It goes through the back, it looks like. And then we add on 2 pieces on this side. And those pieces are E10s. Yep, E10. Okay, E10s. If you remember that piece in the beginning that I knocked out by accident, that was an E10. So it's over here. Now, this is going to fall right through. This is not going to lock on. Let me see. Yeah, that's not going to lock on. It's going to fall right through. So it makes me wonder if I'm putting it through the right space or not. Let's take a look at the check. It's not the right space. It's supposed to go in this little hole at the bottom. Yeah, and that's what the instructions say. I just misread it. So this little hole at the bottom, that's where this is going to go. Yep, 1 piece is flush. And then we're going to stick these E10s on the other side, and that's going to kind of lock it into place. Okay, second one. There it is. Now we get a check for that, but we don't get a name. So 19 shows a check. You know, just means segment complete, but we don't get a name. All right, moving on to 20. We're going to connect. Is that what we're doing? Are we connecting these 2 things that we just built? All right, they want us to wax 3 gears. No, wax 1 gear, E7, and add 2 F8s, and then connect this to this. So it's kind of a big job about to happen here. All right, so that's segment 20, panel 20. We're going to do 3 pieces, so up to 48. And it's E7 and 2 F8s. That's D. There's the 2 F8s. But the first piece that goes on is the E7, which is here. And they want the E7 to be waxed up. So wax up the E7. Now, how do we put these things together? Let's study the instructions again. Alright, it looks like you line them up and stick them together. Well, yeah, that's pretty simple. Alright, so I take this one and this one, and we stick them together, and presumably everything's going to line up. Looks like this is not... On the back here, there's something that looks like it needs to be pinned in, but it's not. I guess it's kind of like one thing at a time. And that one thing is this going into here. But it's not fitting in. This is too big. But maybe these pieces that we're about to put on are going to fit in. So let's put on the E7 first. And maybe that's going to be the piece that fits in here. It does. And now the, what are they, F8? What's the name of that piece? Yeah, the F8s are going to go on the outside. What is that? The flag of Georgia? The country Georgia? I think their flag looks something like that. Those F8s. Ooh, it spins. There you go. You see the 2 gears spinning? So they're touching, I guess. It even stands up on its own. Alright, something's happening here. Okay. We still didn't deal with that C yet. Alright, now we're going to deal with that right now. C is going to be added in segment 21. In fact, that's the only thing in panel 21 is we're adding C. And we're adding it to the top here. It seems like there should be a toothpick that goes through all of this. Like, there's holes in these two. Like, if you look here, there's a hole. And there's a hole here. It seems like some toothpick should go through the whole thing. Is that like implied, or... I have toothpicks. I don't know, really. Alright. When we put it together, the side with the circles should go on the side with the Georgian flag. So this is the oval side. The circle side goes on the same side with the Georgian flag. So here's where it goes. Now, okay, I see why they weren't so desperate to get the pin yet, because the gear holds it together. But it doesn't hold it together that well. We need some more pieces to make this work. I'm just going to put it down because on the top angle, it's going to like fall over. If I leave it on its side, it's going to fall over because that new one that we put in is not going to stay in. Okay, iron bar. So it's not a toothpick that's going to go through it. It's an iron bar. Remember here we were talking about it needs a toothpick. It needs an iron bar. 35 millimeter iron bar. Is that the only size iron bar we have? 35 millimeter? No. We also have 20 millimeter iron bar. So we've got to make sure we get the right iron bar. There's 3 of the 35 millimeters. But you know what? Better safe than sorry. Let's measure out the millimeters. So 35 millimeter iron bar. 35 millimeter. That's 34, but that should be enough to find the bar. Yep. That's the 35. I mean, it's definitely not the 20, right? So all right, so how do we get that iron bar through there? All right, it's in. Now it needs to come out the other end. There it is. I see it, but kind of tough to see what's going on there. All right. It's through both ends. The iron bar is in one end and out the other. This thing should now stand up on its own. And it does. I'm not going to spin the gear yet. I want to see some locking of these pieces in place before I start spinning the gears. Alright, that was 21. 22. Oh no, 22 was the iron bar. Okay, 22 was 49 was the iron bar. Alright, now rubber mat. Rubber mat? Oh, they're talking about these little nuts? Wow, you're not going to believe what they consider a rubber mat. It's a rubber nut is what it is. All right, so instruction 23 is to add 2 rubber mats. Now, I'm going to show you what the rubber mats are. They're in this bag. That's them. These are the rubber mats. Sorry. Those are the rubber mats. The iron bar just came out. But you know what? It's better because I'll show you. One iron bar, one end of the iron bar goes in this rubber mat. It's a rubber nut, by the way. I don't know why they're calling it a rubber mat. It's a rubber nut. And one goes in one end, and then it goes through, and then it goes to the other end. And that's basically all there is to it. So I'm just going to redo this. Because it fell apart because the rubber mats weren't on, because I just so much wanted to show you what they call a rubber mat that I wasn't watching this thing and it fell over and fell apart. But now it's back in, and now we could add the rubber mat. And hopefully it doesn't come out again. You can push these in a little bit. It's 35 millimeters. I don't know if they're looking for us to make it snug yet. On piece 24, on panel 24, we're going to add a piece that sets the size. Sorry. On panel 24, we're going to add C12, and that's going to set the distance apart of those two pieces. Once that's done, we can push those nuts in a little tighter. So C12, panel 24, we're adding C12. That's 52. C, wasn't C like, it's one of these black pages, right? That's B. C12. It's tough to see these pieces, the writing. It's like tough to read. Because they're like just little engravings and in black, and they don't go all the way through. So you can't see the color coming out the other side. Anyway, this is C12. Where do they want us to put this? Alright. Apparently there's some notches at this end. I don't see any notches. Is it only in the front? Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, that's crazy. One of these pieces is longer than the other, and the notch is like halfway through. Alright, black side up. We'll consider color. We'll use the same rule for color that we do for ink. And that out, in this case, out is up. Alright, so now we know how far apart these go. And knowing that, these nuts can go a little tighter. I'm not going to do them super tight. I'm just going to do a little bit. So now we probably can spin these gears. What do you think? Wait, there's 3 gears, right? Oh, this one needs to be locked on still. There should be another iron bar going through here. They didn't tell us to do that yet. They'll probably tell us soon. Alright. All 3 gears are spinning. I don't know what really that means. But all 3 gears are spinning. Alright. So what's up next here? Oh, we're finally going to use A, which is this giant floor piece, the biggest piece in the puzzle. Did I call this one the biggest piece before? This is the biggest piece. A1 is basically a mat. This is a mat. This is not a mat. That's a nut. This is a mat. This little orange thing's a nut. All right, so A1 on panel 25, we're adding A1, and we're also adding 2 C5s. And you know that this thing is going to go on here in a second. But first they want C5s. Let's get our orientation matching the instructions, because I don't even know we could have this upside down. Like, I assume they want the blue side up. Yeah, looking at the picture of it built, they do want the blue side up. But let's get the angle matching theirs. So this matches, like you can see there, the way they're doing it. We now have it the same. I feel like it's easier to do if you match their orientation. All right, so C5, we need 2 C5s. Bigger pieces than I was expecting. All right, so they're going to go first and last. Let me see here. I got to look closely because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 places where they could go. Maybe even 5. Oh, you know what? No, they go here and here. Those are the only places they can go. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. They go here and here. Ink side out, which in this case is black side out. So just put those in there. All right, next we're going to put this onto this. We're finally doing that. And that goes on those 8 tabs. Maybe even it goes on 9 tabs because one side extends, and that helps you to know which is the extending side. All right, and it's also got 4 notches. So we're inserting 9 tabs and we're slotting 4 notches. Let's make this happen. You never know with these things. They could go right in. They could take an hour. You know, the more connections, the trickier it is generally. But this one I have a good feeling about. Yeah, everything looks lined up. I just need to push it in. Look at that. They even had grooves on the end so I can use my thumbs. I mean, they might have just done it for look, but it helped me to get a grip so I didn't have to push from all the way at the top. So, how about this now? Ah, that was spinning faster a minute ago, wasn't it? It's not spinning that fast right now. What is jamming that up? Anyway, I'm not going to stop and think about it now, but I definitely thought that was going to spin a little freer. Alright, that was 26. Adding this to the mat. Now, 27, there's a lot going on 27. We're adding the motor. So, there's the motor. 27, motor, 56th piece. D16 and G21, so we're up to 58 pieces. So we still got 110 pieces to go. I don't know how realistic it is that we're going to finish this tonight. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to add some power to the YOLO box right now so that we can keep going if we want to. I could lose lighting at some point. That's on battery. I'm definitely going to lose the room lights when my wife goes to bed. But the desk light is on battery. But I have another one on the other side of the desk. So hopefully we can keep enough light to keep going. All right, so here's the motor. And the other two pieces are D16 and G21. All right, G's are over here. Wow. So this piece that fell out is G15. But we're looking for G16, which looks almost identical. But it's different. Actually, we weren't looking for that. We were looking for D16 and G21. So forget I punched that out. Although now I need to put them up here and keep them in order. So that's 15 and that's 16. Anyway, one of them has a dot and one doesn't. So we'll be able to tell them apart. So 21 is actually the piece that we need. There's 20. Oh, here's 21. Yep. Now, it's D16. All right, kind of odd looking pieces. D16, G21, and the motor. Is the motor supposed to attach to this in some way? Should I add the batteries now or later? It's looking for what type of batteries. It doesn't say. I can just see what batteries fit, but it doesn't say AA or AAA. It says 1.5 volt, which I assume that's whatever size fits. All right, let's see if this fits. So what is this? This is a AA. That's too big. Let's try AAA. I have only AA batteries in that little space there that I was checking. but I believe I have AAA batteries in the remote control for the cameras. I'll just replace those when I get a chance. Alright, so is this supposed to be sticking out? I don't want to get electrocuted. Why is that sticking out? Alright, let's look here. Yeah, okay, that probably makes the contact. So let's just put these in here. Let's count that. 60 pieces. I mean, we got to count the batteries, right? So you think it'll start spinning when I close this? Or will I get electrocuted? I'll use wood to close it. It starts spinning. I don't know if you can see that. The motor is spinning. I'm going to lift up the switch here, and it stops spinning. Alright, you can see the motor here, right? You can see the switch here. Motor spins. Alright. So let's keep that switch off for the time being. And these pieces go where? It looks like the motor goes like through through something. Through this, maybe? Remember we were saying this one needs like something? Like a bar to go through it? I think the motor goes through there. Yeah, it's really tough to make out, but I think that's what they want. The wires on this side. This is the trickiest part, doing the motor. I don't know if you saw, like, these pins on the motor, I think are going to go in there. So that's going to actually spin everything, if we do it correctly. Alright, let's give it a shot. So this goes in here. We have to get it to go through. We have to get it to go through the gear that's in there. That's not happening so far. Why not? Does this only go in a certain way? Yes. It's not a circle. It's an oval. So we have to hit that oval in the correct fashion. Alright, I just turned it flat, but this thing is not flat. It's a little slanted. Alright, let's try it now. That's it. We got it. Motor is in. Alright, I don't want to lose that. We have to pin it in using this. There's two circles. I got to figure out which one is the one that's supposed to hold it in. Bear with me 1 second. Alright, I think it's the bigger circle. But it's really tough instructions to read. But if the bigger circle lines up, then it's probably right. I think I have to put the smaller thing in first because it's going to hold up the motor. It's going to hold the weight of the motor. And the second one is going to hold the position. I'm not sure. I'm kind of just guessing here. No, it's this one goes on first. The other one's going to hold. It's just going to pin into this one. All right. So, gotta get that in there without breaking anything. It's tricky. I mean, it's always tricky to get them in there, but when you've got the motor attached and the motor's going through a circuit, not a circuit, a gear, it just adds to the complexity. All right, this is a support piece. It's going to connect to here and here. So this D16 is a support piece. I just got to, again, read this instructions closely to figure out how that support piece goes in. All right. The rounded corner should be like out here. It means this goes into the D21 and this goes into whatever the name of this A1 piece. I think there's only one A piece, A1. So this is going to tighten this up. It's in. So the motor is in. Should the battery go right underneath? Where does the battery go? Wow. That was the tricky part. So D28 is just kind of telling us, I think, like where to put the battery, maybe? Where's D21 just to check? Okay, there's a screw, yeah. In D29, we're going to add a screw. All right, so we have to take the batteries out so that we can get to the screw. I'm sure we'll be putting them back in a minute. All right. Batteries are out, but we already counted them. All right, so seems like maybe there's 2 screw holes there, but they're only showing 1 screw in the instructions. No, they're showing 2 screws. Okay. 2 screws in the instructions, so 62 pieces. So we're going to screw in the battery pack, and we're going to do it with the switch facing. It's probably going to be accessible from this side. Basically, it's going to go like this. Seems like there's a little extra wiring, but it's always like that. All right, so we need to put the 2 screws in. Remember that mini screwdriver? I mean, maybe you have a better screwdriver, but they gave you a mini screwdriver to work with. All right. So there's only 1 type of screw. As I recall, there were 3 of them, but maybe one of them's extra. Or maybe we're going to use a 3rd screw somewhere else. All right, there's 1. There's 2. By the way, I don't promise that the piece counter is accurate because I sometimes don't count pieces. I get distracted or whatever. And I don't hit the counter. Shame of it, but it happens. All right, so yeah, there's multiple holes there. And I guess we just have to hit those 2. Does it say specifically which holes to use? I guess we'll use the big one first, because the big one's also oval shaped. And then for the second one, we're just going to take whatever we can get lined up. I think that's the way to go. So do the big one first, which is the last one, and it's oval shaped. And then from there, you take whatever you can get on the second one. At least that's my plan. That one's in. First one's in. Now the plan on the second one, take whatever we can get. Can you see anything lined up? I gotta tilt this thing. I can't see. It's like too far away. And I just took the batteries out of the remote that I could have used to zoom it. Okay, it looks like I can see through on this one. The last one. So the first and the last. Will it catch? I think it did. No. It'd already be done if it caught. I think I'm going to try to get it to catch with my finger and then finish with the screwdriver. Is that it? Nope. Is it lined up or not? I had to take off my glasses, take this off camera where I can get a good look at it. Alright, it needs to slide over a little bit. Remember how the first connection was oval shaped? We're going to slide it over. I just hit the... Alright, I think it's lined up perfectly right now. I dropped the screw. Alright. Probably not lined up perfectly anymore. But I'm sure I could get it again. What do you know? It's still lined up perfect. Alright. Well, as I said, probably the toughest part of the whole thing, so... But I think we got it. And they say to even put the batteries in. Alright, so after we put the batteries in, we could test this out. Why is this falling down? I feel like it should be somehow pinned in. Anyway, let's see if it spins these gears. The gears are spinning, all three of them. So something's happening. I'm not really sure what, but let's just keep moving on and see what we get. Testing that was 30. I believe it was testing that. It said OPPE. Operation, maybe? I don't know. That was 30. Alright, we're moving on to page 3. So we're not even halfway done yet. This is considered E. So we're going to push that aside. That whole thing is E. And we're going to start on something new in 32. Because 31 was just designating that E. 32, we're going to build F by using two G22s, G25, and a G24. That is 4 pieces. So that brings us up to 66 pieces. We still have 102 pieces to go. We're not making great time. Considering we're 90 minutes into this, that is not good time at all. Right. There's the 3 pieces. 2 G22s, G25, G24. Let's make this happen. All right. There it is. What is it? I don't know. It's the part known as F. All right. Part F. Now 33. Oh. We have 33 panels and 66 pieces. Okay, but it's about to change. C1, F11, B1, and G20. 4 more pieces. We're up to 70. Finally, we're past the mark. We've got less than 100 pieces to go. C1, B1, F11, and G20. This is B1. Should be C1, right? I can't really see on this black board, but I'm pretty sure that this is C1. Yeah, this is C1. And we need F11 and G20. There's G20. They really jump around the boards a lot. I'm sometimes picking up 3 boards, like here, 3 boards, like 4 pieces coming from 3 boards, and you jump around. You don't stay on the same board, so that's kind of extra work. All right, so C1, F11, B1, and then what is C20 holding on to? Okay. All right. We got C1. It's like this. And then F11 is going to snap into that. And then so too is G20 with the third tab on top. And then B11 is just going to snap on to those same pieces from the other side. Okay. All right. Moving on to 34. We're going to add F9 and D6. 2 pieces. 72. F9, D6. F9. D6. Feel like we're spending a lot of time collecting pieces each time. All right, how do these go together? Well, D6 is easy. It goes on the bottom. Conceptually easy. May take a little effort to get it on there snugly. I can't quite tell if it's on or not. I'm assuming it is. And then F9. Where does F9 go? Alright, I'll show you exactly where F9 goes. What does that look like, that F9? Looks like something. Anyway, there's a notch. There's a notch up here. You see that notch? And there's a notch here. Put the two notches together. Alright. Did that happen? Okay. There we go. That's together. Now, 35. We're going to add another 35 millimeter iron bar. And we're going to add this F piece that we built. Does the iron bar go through the F? It has holes, so I would guess that it does. Yeah, those holes seem to line up. But I don't know if it does. Yeah, I'm going to say that it does because it lines up. So it must, right? And by the way, I'm going to add 4 pieces, not 2, because the iron bar is going to get rubber mats, which are really rubber nuts. 35 millimeter. You can just measure it compared to the other one. Yeah, that's 35 millimeter. Actually, 3 pieces because the F was already built. So really, we're just adding the 2 nuts in the iron bar. So that's 3 pieces. Does it matter which side we put it in first? I don't think so. Okay. That's totally off. Alright, let me try to get it lined up first and then put it through second. Alright. It should come out this end. I think that slot, that piece, it's like not quite in. There we go. The previous piece that we had put on was not quite deep enough, and it was like preventing this thing from going on. Anyway, it's on now. So that now is designated G. This piece is called G. There's the checkbox. There's the G. Moving on to 38. Well, I would have thought we were going to place this on the blue, but I guess not yet. Moving on to 38. We're going to build something and call it H. It's just 2 pieces, D7 and F10. Remember on the very first build when we used 3 pieces and I said normally when it's a plus configuration you do 2 pieces scissored together, perpendicular? That's what they're doing here. So I don't know why they didn't do it on the first piece, but now they're doing it. Alright, so 2 pieces, 77. We're going to build H, which is D7 and F10. D7, there's 4 D7s, by the way. How many F10s are there? Only 1. But I guess those 4 D7s are going to get a lot of use. Alright, so we just scissor these 2 together. And that makes it stand up like a rocket ship. Alright, that is H. Let that here 2 forward be known as H. Alright, 39. Why are these pieces a different color? Because they come from the H sheet, which is like kind of rubber pieces. All right, so 2 H7s, and what is that, 4 H1s? It's kind of weird. I can't really figure out what's going on there. But I guess when we pick up the pieces, they'll make sense. So 6 pieces, 2 H7s, 4 H1s. And this is going to be known as piece I. So we're up to 83 pieces. So it comes from H. All right, there's our this is backwards. All right, there's our H7s. These are weird pieces. They're like, I don't know what they are. It's like almost like some fake lucite or something. Is H1 the other piece? I hope so, because I got a bunch of them. Yeah, I got 4 H1s. Yeah, that's it, H1. I don't get how they go, though. How does this work? So the flat sides go like back to back. And then what? Oh, and then they span this? Okay, all right. This is easy. Except that it's loose. It's easy, but it's too easy. Meaning that the pieces are loose and they need something to lock them together, which is probably going to be another iron bar, maybe the 20 mil this time. I don't know. Let's see. All right, so there's the 4 pieces, but they're all flopping around like crazy because they're not in tight. And I'm afraid to push on these pieces because they could shatter. They're not wood, they're, I don't know, something that looks like it maybe could shatter. I called it rubber before, but it's really more like plastic or glass or something. I don't know what it is. All right. The connections are in there, but this would fall apart if I tried to stand it sideways. I'm going to sit it down, but clearly it needs an iron rod to go through it or something. There is going to be a 35 mil iron rod going through it on step 40, but we're only up to step 39. So this is I, and we're going to keep it very carefully over here until it's time to use it, because they'll fall apart if we're not careful. All right, so 40, a lot of pieces going on here. D11, D14, D12, 2 E12s, no, 3 E12s, and 2 G10s. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's some symbol there. Anyone remember what that symbol meant? I don't know. Anyway, let's start collecting pieces. Okay. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're up to 91 pieces. Okay. D is an important sheet. All right, D11. That's the first piece. D11. D14 is the last piece. I'm going to try to lay them out in order. So D11, D14, And then D12 is in the middle. And then there's a ton of supporting pieces. Well, no, 5 supporting pieces. 3 E12s and 2 G10s. G10s, Chevy logos, 3 E12s. Chunky Chevy logos. I'm not going to bother sanding them. I've determined it doesn't matter. Or at least I've decided I don't care. Maybe that's a more accurate statement. All right. So one of the E12s goes through the front of this and connects to the side, to the 2 sides. Wow, that piece does not fit. It's like too loose. Well, it's loose in the middle. It's tight at the end. I guess that's all that matters. There's pins on the bottom, so that'll tighten it up. But it's definitely loose. All right. The second connector is also an E12. This whole thing feels like it's going to fall apart. All right. Next come the 10s. They go in the long way. The G10s, they go in the long way, which is going to make it... Basically, I got to take this apart. I'm going to have to put the top on, the D14 on, like all at once. Because these long connectors, they're not going to go in otherwise. I wonder if I'm doing those fat ones the wrong way. I don't think so. It's the only way they'll go. Oh, these are much tighter. The D10s are much tighter. Barely even could get that in. Making me wonder if the front piece is supposed to be a D10, not an E12. Like here it's a slot? I mean, come on. Am I maybe putting them in the wrong way? Are they supposed to go in this way? Oh. That's probably it. It's supposed to go in the tall way. The E12s go in the tall way. And then they become genuinely tough to get in there, which is a good sign. Tall way. Okay. All right, I think that's right. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna get these two long ones first. And once those are on, we can go for the short ones. This last one is only closed at one end, which makes it kind of easy, but also makes me wonder if I'm doing it right or wrong. When it's too easy, you're never quite sure. Alright, that is now, what is that? That's nothing. We just go on to the next piece. It doesn't get a number yet. We just go on to 41. And at 41, we add 2 G3s. By the way, the 2 G3s are very distinct pieces. They're right here. They say love on them. The G3s say love on them. Love. I don't know why. They just do. And they go here. You know, I watched this, you know how YouTube, they act like they're not programming anything, or if anyone's doing it, it's AI. But really, they know what they're doing. So like last week, they put an episode, I think it was kind of like Twilight Zone, but it had a different name. And it was about a girl who was like telepathic, and she would ask questions that people had. She would answer questions that people hadn't yet asked, like they just thinking in their mind. And I noticed that lately I'm answering questions in a tone of voice as if someone asked them, which would be great if there were people in chat asking questions, but I'm just answering them anyway without anyone asking. And it's not telepathy, it's just, you know, like it seems like a good question, so I answer it. But it's like I watched that show, and even though it was some, 60-year-old sci-fi episode about something completely different, it had an effect on this show, which is why they say one of the reasons they say there's no substitute for experience, because no matter what you do, no matter what information reaches you, it will refine no matter what you do. So that's why experience is like so important. Anyway, we're going to attach 2 H4s right now. Outside of that love thing. And the H4s, we're back here, back on this lucite thing. Am I supposed to be peeling this off? I am, right? Like when? Were they supposed to peel this off before they sent it to me? Because I can't get it off. I think I'm supposed to be peeling this cardboard off so that this is clear, but I can't get it off. I think they were supposed to peel it off. You can see the final project. These pieces are clear. But mine have, the pieces in my box have this like paper on it. How do I get this paper off? Is it like a sticker? I can't get it off. I'm going to keep building it now, but I'm going to have to look into how to get this paper off. So mine's not going to look as good, because where it's supposed to be clear, so for example, you can see the words love through this clear piece of plastic, it's now covered up with this stupid paper. Yeah. Am I supposed to run it under water to get it off? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to scratch it off with a quarter? I'm going to try using the screwdriver to get this paper off. Okay, it's coming off. Wow, that's a pain in the ass. I just think it's going to look better in with this paper gone. But didn't I already... Oh, yeah. I built that wheel, but I could easily take that apart and remove the paper. Wow, how much of the show can be wasted removing paper? Definitely fast forward through this when I do the compilation. I never do. I never do the fast forwards, but you're welcome to fast forward through me. Like, set it to whatever speed you want for the section where I'm going through the paper, tearing off the paper. Why'd they put the paper here? Nobody wants this paper. All right, now we can see through it. Okay. There we go. Now the other side. So just use the screwdriver to start the paper. I don't know. Maybe that's not good advice. Maybe it'll scratch it, but that's what I'm doing. See if you can get the entire piece of paper off in one. Like when you do an orange peel. In a single piece. Done. It's like not good for my fingernails doing this. But it's got to be done. Can't have this stupid paper ruining our model. All right, let's get this off here. All right. Okay. That's on. Now, before we go forward, let's go backward and redo this section. Wow. We got a lot of paper to remove. Is there any easy way to do this? How about if I push it from the edge? So at least then I can grab it from the edge. These little pieces are harder to do. They're harder to remove the paper from, not easier. Have you heard, like, in the medical industry, they now say, like, standards of care, and everyone's supposed to do that. In the old days, they used to say best practices, and everyone's supposed to do that. And it seems like a good thing, but really it's not. I mean, if everyone does the same thing, that's like fast food workers. You're really like making everyone, you're limiting everyone. You're giving, it's almost like the handicapper general in what is it, Harrison Bergeron? It's like you're giving everyone the answers, which is limiting the creativity to the people who wrote the book and their answer and how they've pre-programmed the anticipated situations. I wish I had a good example ready. But like, if you're always going to give people the standards of care, they have expression like necessity is the mother of invention. So if everyone's following the same best practice, no one gets the chance to invent. They only get the chance to use that like one version of the right way to do things. Kind of a tangent, but I need to do something talk about something while I'm scraping this paper. And that's just something that came to mind. There's definitely something to it. Like I remember at my job, it was like maybe 15 years ago when that or maybe even longer, when that sort of thinking swept through. So I'm at my job like 29 years now. And you can just tell when that came through, it's like there was nothing left to do. It's like everything is just handled by the book. And I know that sounds like a good thing, by the book, but by the book should be like not so specific. And I know that it creates consistent quality, but it blocks out like ingenious quality. Like movie makers would never limit themselves to the best practice / standard of care / or maybe they would. Maybe that's why movies have been getting worse. Maybe everything's been getting worse because geniuses aren't allowed to be geniuses anymore. And people who learn from experience aren't allowed to use their experience anymore. Like everyone just has to follow one set of rules. And then even the people who make those rules, it's like impossible to anticipate every situation. And especially to future-proof them. So if you have anticipated every situation, not only now, but for the future. Because how often are you going to update these best practices and standards of care? Maybe you're going to be constantly updating them. And then who's updating them? The workers in the field or people in an ivory tower who all they ever do is update best practice sheets? Maybe they should rotate if they are even going to attempt this. That would be an alternative way to get the on-the-ground information into the ivory tower textbooks. I don't know, I'm just kind of freestyling right now, but maybe there's a good thought or two in there. What is this? Oh, okay. There's a little bit of paper still stuck on there. It's going to look better once we get this paper off. But we're really like... it's a tedious job pulling this paper off. We're almost done. Do you remember unwrapping Christmas presents as a kid? The wrapping paper makes it more fun, right? Well, first of all, it makes it functional. You can start putting presents under the tree earlier because they're wrapped. And then it makes a game out of it because then you can like shake the present and try to guess what's in there. And then when you open them on that day, I don't know, you end up with like a room full of paper. It's like the only day of the year that your house looks like that, and it's like kind of cool. It's like something. I mean, dogs recognize it. Dogs know when it's Christmas. They know, like our dog knows not to open the presents under the tree until it's Christmas. I mean, even though she can smell them and she knows which ones are hers, she doesn't dare open them until someone else starts opening on Christmas morning. And then all of a sudden she dives in there and she grabs her present. She has no problem identifying which is her present. She has no problem understanding how to open it. Everything is ready to go. She's just waiting for permission, which she gets, infers from seeing other people also open presents. Our dog is 10, but she's had it figured out for a few years now. And I remember after, I think it was Superstorm Sandy, we fostered someone else's dog, some people who lost their house in Sandy, and we fostered the dog for like 6 months and happened to still have it, or not even still, I think it was, Sandy was pretty close. Basically, it was Christmas. The dog was with us on Christmas, and I remember it was also a female dog, and she got real quiet on Christmas. And we had the impression that she recognized that day and missed her family. It's like, it just seemed to us really clear that, you know, she recognized that Christmas Day and that she's supposed to be with her family, but she wasn't. There were other things we recognized. I think the first time we brought home, like, I forget if it was pizza or fast food, or I guess pizza is fast food. No, I didn't start the pinball machine. I'm doing this Rube Goldberg machine instead.
Oh, that's tricky.
It's got
batteries, electric circuits?
Yeah, what, the batteries even work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm messing up on this little piece I'm doing right now, but yeah, working on that. So yeah, the dog, the first time we brought home fast food, she got very excited. She recognized fast food. She knew that, like, pizza and how it works. She knew the smell of it, and she was very excited. So you could kind of tell what she knew and what she liked and what she probably experienced at her regular house. You can see these grooves. It's obviously going to hold those balls at some point. You know those steel balls that they call them? Steel balls. Alright, I had that camera angle. I don't know if that was a good angle, if you could see, but I was just removing paper for the last 10 minutes, so you didn't miss anything, even if you didn't see it. Alright, so we're up to 43. Okay, we need to add another 35 millimeter iron bar, and we're going to add this to this. And the iron bar, can I assume that it also gets rubber mats? Okay, rubber. All right, so I'm going to adjust the counter 3 spaces for the iron and the end caps of the iron. But I don't know that this is really going to stay together. You see that that wheel is like falling apart. I don't know that this rod is like, I guess I got to pinch it pretty tight. Otherwise it's going to fall apart. It's not tight at all. Alright, let's just make sure we got the right rod. Yeah, okay, so that's the 20 millimeter. We need the 35, which is what we have. Alright, so we advanced it 3 spaces. We also can advance to 44, the counter. Really, we can advance it to 47. But let's just do one thing at a time. Okay. So this thing is falling apart. This thing's falling apart. And pressure will keep it together. But how are we going to keep the pressure together until we get it in there? You know what I'm saying? Like, like it's not in there yet. And we have to complete it, but also keep the pressure on it while we're completing it. Ooh, did that happen to go right in? That's going to help. Fuck, it fell out. We got it right in on the first try, but then it fell apart because I didn't put my thumb underneath. Well, if we did it once, we could do it again. Alright, this time let's remember to put the thumb underneath. Alright, I got the thumb this time. There's the mat. Got to get it nice and tight, or it's going to fall apart. How tight? I'm not sure. If you put it too tight, it's not going to spin. Wow. Is it? I don't know. I honestly don't know how tight to do it. It's not even. You can see the pin is longer on one side than the other. But I'm afraid to play with it because this thing will come apart. Alright, let's just leave it as it is for now. And maybe we'll work on it some more later. Alright. So that counts also for 45. Because 45 is just a check mark. Calling this J. So I actually was wrong when I said 47, 46. Okay, so this is J, and we're just going to put this over here. And then we're going to do 46, which is 2 D7s, D15, 19, and D2. So 5 pieces, all from D. So that's 46, 5 pieces, 103. All right, we're finally past the century mark. Finally. It's been a while. It's a long episode. But I'd like to get this done. And they say it can be done. I mean, I read about a 90-year-old guy doing this in 2 hours. He's obviously a better puzzle builder than me. Because we've been going for over 2 hours and I'm nowhere near done. Alright, D19. Where's D15? Is it one of the pieces that I accidentally knocked out already? No, here's D15. And then 2 D7s, which is, we have many D7s. Alright, how does this go together? So the D7s go on those slits on the bottom. So there's the 2 D7s. And then I think the D19 and the D15, I think they're supposed to kind of meet in the middle here. I'm not sure. Like the D15 definitely can go into these two like slots here. And then this D19, I think goes here. But here's a problem. It's asymmetric. So we're going to pull this D15 out. Because I think that the slot for D19 is supposed to be... I'm not even sure if it matters, but just trying to match what they're showing in their picture, it goes like this. The D19 goes on the right side, inside, if I'm just matching their orientation exactly. Alright, so there it is. Kind of looks like a butterfly. That's 46. What's 47? I think, are we finally flipping this piece of paper around? Getting to the back side? Okay. Wow. 47 is a very exciting instruction. We're adding D3 to this thing that we were building right here. And D3 is the spiral. It's piece 104. All right. Let's get this spire on there. How do we do it? We have to make it like a funnel, kind of. And then, how does it attach? All right, there's a notch here and a notch here. Just matching the instructions. If the side with the... I put that in upside down, by the way. I have to redo this piece. It's supposed to go like this. What was the name of that piece? I'd have to unfold the whole paper. So I don't remember, but this like triangle piece, the tab should be pointing up. And then this doesn't really have a slit, but I guess just the top row there on both sides. Yeah, that seems to fit. So there's a slit on the spiral, and it goes on the top row on both sides. And now from this point, I think you can just push this down. There's a little gripper there at the bottom. I think that's where this goes. Okay. Trying to get it there. I don't want to break it. I think I'm going to break it if I keep trying to push this in. But at the same time, it appears correct. I think I'm going to pull this one side in far. I broke it. I don't think it's too bad, though. I think it's still going to work. But I definitely broke that piece. Alright, I got a better idea. I push it out forward and then slide it back in. That's it. That's the answer. Alright. Slight damage, but we got it in. It's not totally in yet. Now it is. No, now it is. Alright, looks good from this side. Let's check from this side. I think we did it. Yeah. I think that's a spiral. Spiral funnel. All the connectors seem to be lined up. I don't know. I mean, I think it looks pretty good. Kind of looks like a vase, or maybe like some space age basketball hoop or something. I don't know. It's something. We built something, that's for sure. And by the way, this something is known as K. This is the K piece. Panel 48 designates that piece as K. Panel 49 is two more paper pieces. Three more plastic pieces. Two H5s with an H6 in the middle. So that's three pieces. We're up to 107. Alright, these pieces fell out in the very beginning. There's the two H5s. Now, what is the H6? I'm trying to find the H6. Oh, is that it? H6 is a little kind of nothing piece. H6. Oh, there we go. H6 right there. All right, we got to get the paper off. Do you think the sandpaper would take it off? I think that would just destroy it. Well, we need to remove 6 more pieces of paper. The most annoying job of this puzzle. I know that, like, the whole puzzle is like, you know, if you didn't want to do a puzzle, why don't you just buy it assembled, right? But somehow, scraping this paper off doesn't feel like very puzzle building to me. Yeah, I feel like they could have removed this paper. This is not part of what I signed up for. Though I, you know, again, it's all part of the journey. I guess we shouldn't complain, but it's definitely redundant, repetitive, and silly sort of job that has nothing to do with the mechanics of what we're building. I mean, it's a mechanical puzzle, not a paper scraping puzzle. It's a mechanical 3D puzzle. There's no puzzle to scraping paper off of lucite. It's just, my time is just being wasted. It's not being wasted. It's a real job. It, you know, at the construction site, they have jobs like this. You peel that like Tyvek off or whatever, but not, I don't know. Maybe it's just my personal preference. Could have done without it. So, when you have kids, or maybe you can answer for yourself, would you rather be the older or the younger one? I'll tell you what I see with my kids. And it almost seems unfair. I was the younger brother. I was in the class after my brother, but we were like 21 months apart. He was at the beginning of the year, I was at the end of the year. But there were 2 consecutive grade years. My kids, they're only 17 months apart, but they're 2 grades apart. Because the older one has the late birthday and the younger one has the early birthday. So they end up being like, there's a grade in between them. And the younger brother gets to see everything that the older brother does, and he has like 2 years to prepare. And I think that's like a huge advantage, almost to the point that I feel like every student should have like a designated older brother. Like, they should be forced to sit with the person at lunch every day, just so they can say, this is coming up, you better prepare for this. This is coming up, you better prepare for that. And it's like, when the teachers say it, it's like, doesn't have the same impact as when you see someone that you talk to every day go through it. So whether it's college or it's exams or it's sports or it's like Right now it's driver ed. The younger one's in driver ed, and the older one took it last year. And it's like everything that the older one does, the younger one gets like preview. That he's gonna like that's coming up, and he's got to get ready for it. But that could be a false. That could give him a false sense of what he needs to prepare for in real life, because when he gets out of school and doesn't have a, has a job on his own apart from his brother, then maybe it will suddenly seem like he's not prepared because he's not getting that same information. I think he'll still do fine, but I don't know. It's just interesting, like which would you rather be? Which position would you rather be? All right, so I put these two things together, but again, they're not staying together yet. At least in 49. In 50, they're going to get the 20 millimeter bar. 20 millimeter bar. And what is this? G12 times 2? They want us to stack the two pieces together? That's funny. And then is it going to go through, the iron bar is going to go through the G12, and then it's going to get two of these caps and an H2. So let's do 50 and 51 together. And let's count this as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. So D10 is going to make it stand. But G12 times 2 in the iron bar and the two end caps are going to make it stay together. So let's do those first. Let's start collecting the pieces. Well, let's count the pieces first. 7 pieces. So 114. So G12 times 2. We're going to need that. Yep, G12 times 2. There's the dot in the middle. That's where the 20 millimeter iron bar is going to go through, or whatever it's called. Yeah, they call it an iron bar. Do you think it's iron? They call it that. And then we need the rubber nuts, or in the parlance of this instruction booklet, rubber mats. I almost dropped all the marbles on the floor. Luckily, the bag didn't let go of them. I had it tilted upside down, but they stayed in. Alright, so the rubber nut. Now, it's down here. The part that it goes through is like down there. And we got to get it through two of these. Let's try to line it up and drop it in. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that should work. I could see it. The clear piece coming in handy. You can see through it. You can see if everything's lined up. That looks lined up. Didn't go all the way in, but went some of the way. Alright. I need to get it through the bottom as well. It looks like it's there. What's the problem? Alright. Now, get the nut on the other end. As before, we want to get the nut tight on both sides so that the other pieces don't fall out. Alright. Now, the piece that goes on the bottom is D10, which I think we've come. Oh no, it was D7s. We might have come across one other D10, but D7s we come across a lot. So that's going to kind of hold this thing up. Does it seem like it's been a while since we put anything onto the A1? Why is that? Why are we not putting the stuff we build there? Like we built that nice spiral. Why is it not there? All right. So that's whatever it is, we built it. Now the H2 is going to go in here. I don't know why they're not putting another one in the other end. No, it's going to go in here. It's going to go in the, like, vertical. There's like a horizontal and a vertical. It's going to go in the vertical. H2. Here's H2. Let's start removing some paper. And that's apparently what we're doing here tonight. Removing paper. Who needs this paper, right? Get rid of it. More paper on the other side. Wow, did I just break this piece? If I did, it's the fault of whoever put the paper on. I don't think it's broken. In the beginning, I was throwing the paper on the garbage. Now I'm just throwing it on the other end of the desk. I don't think I can show you that. Here's the everything here. Yeah, it's slightly off camera. It's there it is. There's all the garbage paper. It's slightly off camera. All right. Oh, now we got this on camera, which we don't need. How about that? All right, that makes more sense. Okay. The vertical piece we said, right? Vertical piece it is. There we go. Oh, that puts some weight to it. Makes it spin. All right, that was 51. 52 is just a check mark and a designation of this as L. So L it is. Kind of looks like an L upside down. All right, so on 53, we're building something new. G1, G2, 2 G4s. Is that? That's G1. All right, G1. G2. So this has ink. This side has ink. This one doesn't have ink. Ink side out. And 2 G4s. So I think these are the G4s. So they're going to go through this G1 and I guess hook on to the G2. There it is. Oh, I don't think that piece stands up. Nope, that doesn't. Oh, there we go. It stood up. All right. So what is that? Oh, we're going to keep building that. Did we add those 4 pieces? I don't think we did. We're at 118. All right, now 54. We're adding 3 pieces, 2 G9s and a G8. 2 G9s and a G8. So it kind of goes through and then pins on both sides. Okay. The G8 goes through and the G9 pins it on both sides. 1, 2, 3. Alright, 54. 3 pieces. We're up to 121. I think this is going to go over the 168 that they said. What do you think? I guess we'll find out. 2 G9s. Oh, that thing fell over. We knew that was eventually going to happen. Alright, so if we're looking at the inked side, then we're going to put this in like this. And we're going to trap it in with these G9 pins. What are those holes? I don't think we have enough bars or screws to work with those holes. It's pretty like wobbly right now. Anyway, this is piece M. That's done. Piece M. 55. This is piece M. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got like 6 pieces lying around. And we're starting on a new one. G23, which is that piece that's been broken off the whole time. C6, C7, and then 4 F12s. So that's 7 pieces. 128. If you see it going upside down, like the counter going up and down in both directions, is because it's a touch screen and my fingers are bigger than the button, and it just goes kind of crazy sometimes. Alright, so D23 needs to go with the elbow slit on the left and the forward slit on the right. And then goes C7, C6, pinned in by 4 F12s. Here's the C board. Alright, C7 and C6. They're actually right next to each other, these pieces. C6, and then a bunch of 4, to be exact, F12s. By the way, there's a lot of F12s. We're going to start punching them out right now, but there are a ton of them. These are all F12s. We only need 4 of them at the moment. There's more of them up here. There's a lot of F12s. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to be using them like nails or screws, I assume. Alright, so the C6 and C7, they kind of go like that. That makes sense, right? And then the F12s are going to pin them in place. They go in kind of horizontal, I think, but they're not going in. So let's give it another try. Okay, there we go. They're just tight. And by the way, these F12s have that line in the middle, which we were talking about like earlier in the show. We were saying the pieces have a line in the middle, so they have it. Alright. Let's try to get that attached. think I'm going to have to go now to the stage lighting. So I'm going to turn on. It's going to seem like too much light for a minute. And then I'm going to follow it up with turning some lights off. Alright. Can we still see? I think we still can. I think we can still see. I turned some lights on, some lights off. Things might look a little different. But I think we can still see. We can get the job done. Alright. Yeah, definitely the lighting is different, but we can still see. All right. Now, 57, that was 56. Somehow we never incremented. 57 is just a check mark, designating that piece as N. So another piece created. Now 58, we're going to do something. B11, which is like a double piece, but they're connected. G11, and then look at this, 5 F12s. So that's 7, another 7 pieces. So now we're up to 135. There's supposed to only be 168 pieces, which would mean we're 33 pieces from completing. But I don't know, maybe they don't count the pins or something. It seems like we're more than 33 pieces away. Anyway, we need 5 F12s. We got 5 of them right here. And then G11 and B11. Was that what it was? G11 and B11? Yeah. Alright, so here's G11. And let's see if we can find B11. Alright. Okay, I got it. It's a very weird piece. I don't know how to even get it out here. It's like a snake, this piece. Alright, got it out. So, I think we just stick it on there, right? Line up the squares. Drop the pins in. Let me just make sure I got this the right way. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to have it the wrong way. Except that... Is this the right number of pins? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's right. So, I'll put the pin... I'll put at least a couple of pins in the black first. And then I'll connect it. And then I'll put the rest in. Alright. Let's see here. Oh, I said a couple. And I only did one. But anyway. Get the next one in. Not easy to do. It's a small piece, this F12. It's like digging into my finger. I don't enjoy it. Probably should have put them all through first and then pushed them all in at once. But I did what I did, and we got to live with that. And the piece is flimsy, so it's no guarantee that after you get a couple in, the others are going to be lined up. They won't, because it's a flimsy piece. It moves around, even when it's partially pinned down. All right, 2 more to go. These 2. Which way do they go? I think lengthways, right? Last one. And then we're going to probably name this and put it aside. Like we do with everything else. I got a feeling it's just all going to come together right at the end. It would be more fun, I think, to see it building, you know, piece by piece, but I'm just following the instructions. And the instructions are like, build a piece, name it, set it aside. Build a piece, name it, set it aside. Build a piece, name it, set it aside. And then at the end, presumably, we're going to start slapping everything together, and it's all going to come together all at once. I've done puzzles like that before. You like spend 10 hours on them and you got nothing, and then at 10 hours and 20 minutes you're done. All right, so that thing we just built, that's O. According to 59, that is O. So that's 59. Now on 60, we're building something new again. G17, which is another one of those pieces that fell out early and has been sitting on the table all night. G17, E13, C4, C9, and 4 D18s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 8 pieces. So that brings us to 143 pieces. All right, here's the G17. We need E13, C4, C9, and 4 D18s. Just one piece from the E board, E13. We have to go to like so many different boards, like G, E, C, and D. 4 boards. 1 panel, 4 boards. Come on. Seriously? 1 panel, 4 boards. We can't keep this stuff together. All right, D18. I don't know why I'm holding the G board. We need a bunch of D18s. Don't mind me, I'm just dropping boards. So we need 4 D18s, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 D18s. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I might have broke one of them, knocking them out. And then C5, no, C4 and C9. That's C2 and C3. Here's C4. Where's C9? Here it is. I'm surprised I'm able to see that. I couldn't see them in the beginning. And I don't know how I'm seeing them now. All right. How does this go together? The E13 goes on the bottom. No idea why, but that's where it goes. And then these D18s, they go in the 4 pieces on the side. The 4 like receivers on the side. 1, 2, 3. 4. Come on. Now we need to connect these 2 pieces. So they look like, I mean, I don't even have to check the instructions. They just, you can just line them up. I'm going to double check the instructions, but yeah, that's correct. You just like put them on the way that they line up. One end went right on, the other end is not. There we go. Again, one end right on, the other end not. All right, finally. All that just to decide that this piece is called P. 61, that piece is called P. And we're done with page 4. Only 2 pages to go. It's another very similar instruction coming up here on 62. D17 is the base. B3 and B4 on top. And then 5 F12s. So that's 8 pieces. 151. Yeah, we're definitely going over 168. I don't know what pieces didn't count, but as you can see, we're going to go higher than that. There's the E11 base. How many F5s this time? I think it's 5 of them. No, F12s. 5 F12s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe the F12s don't count. I don't know. You know, some puzzles count them, some don't. And then B3 and B4. I think we saw those pieces. We ran across them. It's basically just a look. These pieces that we're putting on B3 and B4. They just give them I just give the pieces a look that makes it look nice. Alright, so again, we just put it on however it fits on. Does this one fit on? Maybe I got it upside down. Something's not right here. This piece is not right. I don't know why I thought this was D17. It's not. Here's D17. All right, now these pieces fit. So let's get them on there. I think we determined last time that it's a good idea to put these through first. I'm not sure that it is, but we're going to try that this time. I should say I'm not positive that it is. Well, sure, positive, yeah. Not 100% sure. Let's give it a shot. See what we get. Okay. That worked, by the way. So yeah, put the F12s through this BC pieces first, and then put the whole thing through the G or F, whatever the big piece is. It hurts my fingers when I go to push them in, and for some reason they don't go in, and I put all that force and it doesn't go in. It hurts my finger. And I've done that many times tonight. You can see my fingers are dented. Okay, what's the name of this? According to 63, this is Q. This is Q. Now, on 64, now we're using this piece. This is E11. Okay, and we're going to add to it 6 F12s, C2 and C3. All right, 6 F12, C2, C3, and E11. That brings us to 160 pieces. Do you think we're going to be done in 8 pieces? I don't think so, but we'll see. This is like not the first time a puzzle gave me a number of pieces that wasn't accurate, and it's usually low. I've had it happen where the number was high, but it's usually low. All right, C2 and C3. All right, this time we got to put 3 through. 3 F12s through each board. At least you know which side to put them through, because it's always the ink side out. Oh, what's going on here? This one goes off the edge. Is that true? It looks like it is. That's strange. I guess it's going to connect to something else. I don't know. We'll see. We shall soon see. Not going in. Now it is. Just getting all these pins in, and then I'll attach them to the lower board, to the main board. I guess these are the tracks. I was saying they're aesthetic, but really they're also rails. In fact, this thing is called a mechanical rail bed. So these tracks are the rails. You know, those like pieces we're adding to the side. They're gonna keep the balls, the marbles on the rails, on the track. The rails keep the marble on the track. Alright, which one is which here? No, okay, it's definitely this way. Alright. Oh my goodness. There was a splinter on the other side. That's the argument for taking the splinters off. Otherwise you might stab yourself with them. It's on. Alright. Now this one has 3 tabs but only 2 receivers. Looks like no blood. I mean, I'll clean it, but no blood is a good sign. Okay. What's this piece called? R. According to 65, that's R. 66, we're still doing the same thing. Same idea. E6 is the base. 2 B2s and 2 F12s. It looks like there should be 4 connectors, but they're only doing 2 of them. Maybe the other 2 are going to show up later. Maybe something else is going to connect there. Anyway, 5 pieces, 165. Only 2 F12s. E6 is the base. We're going to connect to the front. The back ones we're going to leave open. And 2 B2s. Those are the rails. I now know that they're rails. That's all we've been doing for the past like 30 minutes is attaching rails. So it's going to go through the front only. For now. I'm sure eventually something's gonna go through the back. But for now, front only. Alright. One more pin in. And then we'll find out the name of this one. Well, they're going in alphabetical order, so we probably could guess the name. Anyone got a guess? Let's check. According to 67, it's S. This is S. What a surprise. It came after R. All right. For 68, we're still at this. D13, C8, D1, which is a curved piece, and one F12. So 4 pieces. So 169. So we're now past the 168 pieces that we were promised. But this is the last one. And then we start attaching the pieces. But I think maybe the pins didn't count. So I'm not sure how they came up with 168. We've used more. Maybe they didn't count the screws. Maybe they didn't count the rods. I don't know what the issue is, but, you know, they have a lower number than us. Anyway, F1, F12, D1, C8, and D13. I think we're done with the E board, by the way. Yeah. The E board is done. Let's get that out of the way. Alright, and we need, I believe, just the F12. Just one F12. Remarkably. And then we need D13. Oh, not. I should have showed you the engine. You want to see it? It's not fully built. I guess you'll see it in the morning. I'll just turn it on since I mentioned it. You hear it operating? Yeah, it's like moving 3 gears. It's like powering the gears. Yeah, there's batteries. Two AAA batteries. Yeah. The D1 piece is supposed to be a piece that curves. And there's no D1 here. Unless it fell out like earlier. Oh, here's D1. It must have fell out. Is this it? Well, that's not it. We're looking for a piece that curves. There is a piece back here. It must be... That does not look like... Again, that is not it. That piece doesn't curve. Is there a piece still in the box? It shows D1 here, which means that there once was a D1. I don't know where it went. It's a corner piece. It's supposed to be a foldable piece. So without it, the marble's going to go right off the corner. I mean, we'll figure something out, but ideally we find the piece. Let's check the box in case it's somehow still in there. Not in the box. Hopefully it didn't fall out on the production floor. I feel like to rewind the video and see when I open the box and see if it was ever there. I'm just going to start looking underneath everything. Here's another one of those pieces. It's not D1 though. D1 is a smaller piece. I don't see it. I'm just gonna have to go without it for now. Whenever it turns up, we'll add it. Just checking underneath here. Don't see it there. Now I'm checking the floor to see if I dropped it. You know, it was wrapped in plastic, so I doubt a piece could have been missing, considering it was wrapped in plastic, but who knows? Maybe it was. I'm going to check the plastic. Maybe there's like a piece curled in there. Nope, there isn't. Yep, I just went through the garbage. It's not there. Well, we have to move on with or without the piece. What is this piece? Oh, that's D13. Okay. It's in the correct position. Now we need C8, F12, and we're missing D10, unfortunately. There are still rails on this, but I imagine if it gets any speed, it's going to go flying off without that D10 piece. In fact, the D10 is crucial because it holds the rails on. It works like two pins. That's how it's supposed to work anyway. So I can put in extra pins in place of the D10, and then if we find it, I can pull them out. I don't think we're going to find it. You just saw me check everywhere. I just snapped the piece. When it rains, it pours. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more connectors. 2 of them are supposed to get the D10. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put an F12 in one of them for now until the D10 shows up, and we'll pop it out when we find the D10. And I don't know what's supposed to go in the other 2 pieces. But we'll find out at some point. The other 2 slots. All right. So this fails. It's supposed to be T. It fails 69 because it's missing D10, but there's nothing we can do about it. We don't have the piece. So we're moving on to 70. And now we're going to start attaching pieces to the base. G is the first one. It's going to attach here. Now, you probably don't remember the names of all these pieces, but this is G. And it's going to attach with You see this like tabs? They're going to go towards the front of the thing, of the base. I think I'm going to pull this off and put it in first. I think that's a good idea. No, I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is get it further on, because it's not on completely. Yeah, there we go. Now it should go. Okay. There we go. It's in. That was 70. We put G in. For 71, we're going to add H. Where is H? Here is H. All right, so how do we add H? Sort of like the long piece. I don't know how to describe it, but the short pieces are going horizontal and the long piece vertical, if you're looking at it from the front. All right. Looks like this lines up with the front arm of this. I don't know if something's going to go across that in a minute. I guess we'll see. All right, that was 71. For 72, we're connecting the J piece. And they want us to kind of spin this like this, just to make it easier access. The J is going to go this way. It's going to connect here, actually. Wow, it's actually going to go. Do you see? Do you see those two slots up there? I think this is supposed to hook onto that. But I feel like we should take this out. Remember this piece that had us put in? I think it was supposed to go in here. Let's rearrange that piece right now. Yeah, we did that wrong. It's supposed to go there. It's fixable. It's also not important if we can't get it in there. It's going to go in. All right. Kind of like slipping. All right, that looks straight. It's in. Okay, so these two slits are going to connect to here. How did this thing come off? I already had this on. What is going on here? This piece is coming out. I got to fix it. Okay. The base is kind of like cardboard, so even when I fix it, it comes out again. Anyway, there's 6 pieces down here and 6 slots there. Do you remember we talked about this middle piece like moving in the beginning? That's now going to become an issue. I kind of feel like we don't need that middle piece, but they gave it to us, so we're going to work with it. So I'm lining up the slots first on the top, and then I'm going to go for the 6 connections at the bottom. All right. Well, I think it went in, but looked like it was going nowhere for a while, and then all of a sudden I made all 6 connections at once. So that's in there. All right, J was 72. 73 is K, which is the spiral, and it's going to go right in the middle. All right. Keeping it at the current orientation, meaning this piece. The spiral is going to go in with this piece in the back. This receiver in the back. Be careful putting this in. You cannot push it by the spiral or you'll break it. You got to push it by the individual little connector pieces. Well, everything's happened at once now. Now that we're connecting everything to the base. Can't fit my hand in there to get this thing connected. And as I said, you can't push it by the top. Haha. What are we going to do? I'm going to put my finger through the middle of it so I can push it at the middle. I'm not touching the spiral. I'm pushing the middle. You push the spiral and it's going to break. And you'll have no machine at all. All right, I think that's in. I'm going to try to get it in a little tighter, but it is, I believe it's in. Did we break the spiral putting it in? No, spiral looks good. That was 73. 74 is a piece named L. And that's going to go in front of the spiral. And the clear piece like kind of reaching back for the spiral. the clear pieces are trickier to put in. They don't have as much give as the wooden pieces. But they're cool. This is kind of hitting this piece here. I'm not sure if it's supposed to. Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright, now we're actually adding 2 new pieces in 75. So that brings us up to 171 pieces. We're adding G15 and G16. They go here and here. G15, no, actually, yeah, G15 here and G16 here. G15 on the inside, G16 on the outside. Those pieces are already out. They're these 2. So I don't know which one's which. One of them has 2 dots on it. The one with the 2 dots is G16. So it goes on the outside. And the dots go on the top. And right next to it goes its buddy, G15. Doesn't want to go in. All right. G15, G16 with 2 dots. That was 75. 76 also has new pieces. 3 of them. B7, B6, okay. B5, B6, and B7. And they're going to go we have to kind of spin this a little bit to see where they go. All right, 5 goes here, 6 goes there, 7 here, kind of counterclockwise. B5, B6, and B7. That sound was me using the calipers to scratch my back. I was being careful not to rip myself with the calipers. Wow, I cannot see the numbers on this sheet, this thing. All right, I found them. B5, B6, and B7. I'm just putting them in order. There's like arrows on them on one side. I gotta check the instructions to see if it matters which side is up and which side is down. All right. Yeah, it does matter. And the arrows go against the base. See, this piece has like arrows at the bottom and dots at the top. Or are they all arrows? No. Arrows at the bottom, dots at the top. Yeah, that's true. Right, so the arrows go against the base and the dots go at the top. And that's true for all 3 of these pieces. 5. Uh-oh, I messed them up. I gotta see which is which. Well, I really messed them up. I don't know which is which. Alright, I'm going to assume that they go in size order. So the biggest one is 5, and then the 6 is second, and the 7 is third, the smallest one. I'm assuming that's accurate. If I'm wrong, I'm sure it'll become obvious at some point. We'll just keep in mind that I mixed up 6 and 7. I think I got them straightened out, but if not, we'll straighten it out at the end when it becomes relevant that I put it in wrong. All right, that was 76. We're now moving on to 77. Did I count those 3 pieces? I didn't. We're up to 174 pieces. And we're up to the last page. Page 6 is the last page. All right, so 77 has 2 pieces. G19 and G13. So we're up to 176. I don't know how I managed to pull these Post-its out. What is going on tonight? I think the boards like reached underneath my keyboard. The puzzle boards reached underneath my keyboard and pulled out my Post-its. That's how much shuffling of this equipment happened tonight. Alright. So G19 and G13. So why am I looking at the D board? That's G18. Are we sure it's not G18? No, I definitely want G19. Oh, G19 is a tiny piece. And G13 kind of looks like it, but much bigger. Right. There's 3 dots in this, and that's where the little one, G19, goes. The angle it goes is the tab facing up. So it goes in this bottom here. G13 also goes in tab facing up, and it goes below this circle here. $78. We add O, which is one of the things we built previously. Now it's tough to remember which was the one was O. Pretty sure this was O. It shows only one connection. It might be this piece under here. I'm not sure. I gotta study this. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's where that goes. I think it goes underneath the spiral and connects onto that piece. But how? How does it do that? Doesn't fit through there. That's a problem. I'm breaking the whole middle. I'm breaking the whole spiral trying to get this through there. Maybe this is not the right piece. Let me keep looking. That's the only candidate, so that's the right piece. Maybe I gotta go through the other direction. Maybe I gotta take the spiral out, put this back, and put it back in after I put this on. That might have made sense at one point. I don't know if you can do it now. I think I got it in. I just hooked it. Same way you move furniture through a narrow doorway. You hook it. Well, I knocked it all off, so I'll put it back on in a minute. Let me just get this through here. Alright. I'm lifting the spiral up a little bit to get this in there. Alright, I got it in there. Did I put the wrong end in? That might explain why it was so difficult. No, this is the right end. Alright, let's get the spiral back together. Wow, it's like suddenly I can't do it. Alright, it's back together. Now let's get this piece in. See, it doesn't want to go in. I'm thinking that's the wrong spot, because it doesn't even look like the same shape. Let me read this instructions again. I'll tell you what. When you look at the instruction on 78, it shows this end going in. But when you look at it already built in 81 and 80, it shows the other side in. So it was the other side all along. Which means we did that, took that spiral apart for nothing, and we got to take it apart again to get this piece out. Well, that was a dirty prank that they played on us, showing it incorrect. I mean, they made us take apart all our work for something that was a mistake. I mean, look at that 78. They're clearly showing it one way. And then if you look at it built in 80, it's another way. Yeah, it's totally another way. Now watch, this piece will fit right in. Yeah, of course it does, because that's the correct way to do it. But now I got to redo all of this. And now what about the height of 5, 6, and 7? Did we have those right or wrong? I think we had them right. Smaller one is the last one. Alright, that's on. The middle is out, but whatever. Alright, is there a connector here? I don't think so. Not here either. No, there is here. So there probably is on the corner too. We just gotta find it. I like these holes on the bottom of the board. They help me, they can allow you to reach in and work. Alright, so what about here? Ah, there it is. Okay. So there is one. So that 5, it connects to that 5, 6, and 7. I mean, the 6 hasn't gone in yet, but it's supposed to. There we go. Alright, I just want to show you. Alright, where is it? Take a good look at 78. Look at the red arrow. They're clearly giving us the wrong instructions. But then if you go to 80 and you see the piece already installed, now it's different. Now the closed end is connected under the spiral, whereas here they're indicating to do the open end connected under the spiral, which doesn't make sense, because if it's going through the spiral, of course it's going to go into the closed end, otherwise it would slide right out. Anyway, it's now correct, but there was definitely a problem with the instructions. Okay, so 78 is finally done. 79 is P. Which piece is P? This piece is P, I think. Are there any other pieces that look like this? I think this is the only one. Unless they want a new piece. going to connect back here. These two pieces. Not really sure how. Almost looks like those two should swap directions. All right. It's just going to connect to the front one only. That's the deal. Now, what about this? Oh, this connects right onto the front. Oh, is this even the ball return here? Is this is the ramp that's going to return the ball, I guess. You can see the ramp there. And you can see a connector there. This pin, that connector. Ball's going to go roll right into there. That's the ball return. Unfortunately, it's not lining up. Got it. And then these two front ones. Got them. All right, good. It's looking pretty good. All right, that was 79. 80 is the piece known as N, which I think is this piece. I'm going to go back and look to when N was designated. That was apparently a while ago. Okay, N is not this piece. I'm glad I checked. Frankly, I don't see N. Where is it hiding? Is that it? Yeah, this is N. Okay. So, I have to connect N. I think this N is where the ball enters. Except that the connector is here. Oh, is there another connector on the bottom? Oh, okay, yeah. Connector on the bottom. All right. Yeah, the ball is going like in and out through these gears. Well, this is going to be a cool thing if we ever get it working. Ooh, did I just smash that piece? I did. But I think it's recoverable. Just have to support it from the bottom when I connect it. Yep, there we go. So the ball is like coming in and out, I think, maybe. I don't know. Let's keep building and see. So that was 80. Now 81. Why is it so blurry? All right, 81 we're going to connect R. R has got to be this piece. All right. It's going to connect from this little widget to the top of the spiral. So remember this like hanging, what do you call it? Tab. This tab that didn't connect to anything. That's going to connect to here. And this slot in the back is going to connect to here. Let's connect the back one first. Oh, hopefully we can get this front one. I'm not getting it. Might be that. Is that pin in sideways maybe? No, the pin looks correct, but is not grabbing to the spiral. Alright. Spiral came a little undone from its foundation. Let's get that back on. Try again. Every time I connect it, something else comes undone. It's not a very strong connection, unfortunately, because it seemed pretty important. Let's just get a preview here. So far, so good. Alright, next is 82. And it adds two pieces, so we're at 178 now. And those two pieces are both B8s. There's two B8s. I damaged one of them. It got damage coming out of the board. Come on. Am I getting sloppy this late into the job? You know what? I don't think these are very important pieces anyway. They just go at the top of this ramp and facing up. Maybe something's going to attach to them, but I don't know. It may not be super important. They're not going in. I don't know if it's, did I do that wrong? Did I put them in the right spot or not? Yeah, I think that's the right spot. I don't know why they were giving me such a hard time. Is this thing still working? Yeah, it still works. Okay. S. S is the next piece to add. That's on 83. Okay. I think this is S. Is it? No. That's Q. This is S. This is S. The back end is going to attach on those two pieces we just added. The front, I think it goes up here. I don't think it's going to reach. Maybe that's not where it goes. Oh, okay. Maybe at the bottom? Yeah, at the bottom. That makes more sense. Okay, now it's got to connect to these two pieces that I just added a minute ago, a second ago. One of them's on. It's tricky. Very tricky. Here's the other one. Okay. Seems like it's a jump there. Is it supposed to do that? I guess it is. I don't know. We'll figure out when we put it all together. Alright, next up is Q. It's going to connect to this high window here. That might be the starting point. Okay. All right. That didn't go on. It made a sound, but it didn't go on. It's on now. It's a little flimsy, this one. Let's test it. Let's see if it ricochets like it's supposed to. Nope, it doesn't. It needs a backing. Maybe they're going to add something back there. T. Well, guess what? This is T. And it doesn't have the backing. Remember that curved piece? Whatever it was, D10 or something like that? Or G10, D10 or G10. Whatever it was, we didn't have it. Yeah, it was D1. We don't have it. It wasn't in our set, or I lost it and can't find it. Or maybe it's underneath here. That would be great. But I see a piece that's off camera. I don't know how this got way over there. I almost feel like it's a miracle. This was way off camera by my speakers. I think when I had those boards sitting up, it like fell out. Anyway, here's the piece we were missing. Thank goodness. So let's pull this. Which was the extra piece that we put on? Was it this one or this one? Alright, I gotta study for a second. Alright, it was the back. So we're going to take this, one of these out. One of these F12s is coming out. So we can put in the proper piece, which is the D1. I'm very happy to have recovered this piece. And right when we needed it to, all of a sudden it showed up. Miracles do happen. Alright. Now how does this attach? like this. Yeah. Yeah. Look, there's 2 attachments there, and there's 2 like holes here. So that's definitely where that goes. I said definitely, but it doesn't fit. All right, let me study this for a second. All right. These 2 tabs 100% go in those 2 slots. So I don't know why it's seeming to not fit, but we have to make it fit. Once you know it goes there, you can get a little more aggressive. When you're not sure, you're like careful, you don't want to break anything, but once you know that it must go there, you know, you get a little more confidence. This is far from working. And it seems like it doesn't fit in that space. All right, maybe if I look at it from this angle, it'll make more sense. I don't want to break the piece. I think I got it. All right, one side is on. The other side is close. All right, it's on. But, oh, it drops through there. Does it? Let's see what happens. Let's tighten that up a little bit. All right, let's take another look at this thing. What? What's going on here? Oh, okay. It needs a little force. Got stuck there. That's interesting, but seems like, I mean, it got stuck at the top. Anyway, it's not fully built yet. Let's keep looking here. So that was 84 and 85. 86 is piece M. It's only 3 instructions left. And I don't know what that crank adds to anything. I guess we'll find out. All right, M. Where does M go? There's M. Here's M. Where does it go? I don't know. And we have like several pieces we haven't used. That's confusing as well. Right. It's very interesting what M does. First of all, remember this piece? This piece? The back end, this part of M goes through the back end. And then this, I think it just like goes in here or something. Let's just see what lines up. All right, let's just get this in here from the back. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, this is coming together. Rube Goldberg machine, as we said. Okay, this makes sense. That doesn't mean I can do it. It makes sense. I can see what it's going to do after it's built. But we got to get it built. And the pieces and the spaces, my fingers don't fit in. All right. I think I got it. I don't think it's in as far as it should be. All right, there we go. Now I think it is. All right. So something's going to happen there. It's like an opening and closing of a door or something. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. All right, 80. That was 86. The second to last instruction is 87. Actually, 88 is just a checkbox. So we're on the last instruction. And we're adding 3 pieces. The wooden stick, as they call it, D18, and H3. So it's 181 total pieces. So I guess those F12s didn't count. And it's going to take me a minute because H3 has paper on it. Here's H3. So we got to take the paper off of H3. We're not out of that business yet. On the last instruction of the night, we're removing paper. Unbelievable. And we're inserting a stick somewhere. So it's like we're rehashing all the themes of this puzzle in the last panel. Panel 87. Last panel is a check. It's a QC 88. But 87 is effectively the last piece. All right, there's H3. Here's G18. And then the wooden stick. It's funny that the last instruction doesn't tell you how to play the game. I mean, this is the last there's no more instructions. Yeah, there's no more instructions. You just have to figure out for yourself how to make it work after it's built. Anyway, where's the wooden stick go? Let's see if we can figure that out. Okay. Actually, this is important, this wooden stick. There's a hole there. There's a slot here. Put the wooden stick through both of them. And then we have... Basically, it's going to connect it, and it's going to start lifting up that mousetrap thing we just put on a minute ago. If I can get it in there. It's not going in. Let's try another angle. I mean, I get that it's a tight fit, but it's like not going in at all. Should I use the wax? Because sometimes when you do that, it ends up becoming loose. All right, it's started to go in. I'm going to push now that it's started. That didn't. Pushing is not working. Looks like twisting is the only thing that works. All right, let's turn on the switch and see if it lifts up the trapdoor now. It does. Lifts up the trap door. All right. Now these last pieces look aesthetic, I think. No. They're more than aesthetic. In fact, if you don't put on these last two pieces, the ball is going to go flying. Okay, so the way this goes is the H3 goes into the D18. Just goes right into it. And then we attach this. I'm not sure where. It looks like maybe there. I see two awaiting receivers. Yes, and I see there's like a notches here and an opening there, and that seems like it all fits together. So everything looks like it fits, so let's shove it in there. And that's right at the end of the ball run, which will keep the ball on the run. And I guess it'll just keep going around and around and have different options for where it's going to go each time. I mean, if it works perfectly the first try, that's what's going to happen. I guess it might take some tinkering to get it to work. All right. This last piece is not going in, if you can believe it. I think I put this on the wrong way. It has a short end and a long end. I think it was on backwards. I also just broke this. I'll fix that. I don't know how I managed to take that out. I guess trying to squish that in with the glass piece going the wrong way. I just didn't realize I had it in the wrong direction. It's like the last piece of the night, and I didn't double check it. It's embarrassing. That's in. This is it. I'm not really sure what it is, but this is it. So let's turn on the motor. All right, let's turn on the motor. And let's start dropping, balls in there and see what happens. I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe it's going to work. Maybe it's going to be crap. Well, the first ball didn't go through. Seems to stick at that spot. Sticking at another spot. Oh, is it supposed to catch it? Oh, that's cool. But it's catching there. How can we get that to go through? Do I need to grease it or something? Let's grease that up. Oh, it kind of hung out there. It's definitely catching at this area. And it's also catching there. Oh, that's cool. We didn't see it go through the little funnel yet. How do we get it there? Do we enter a different place? it's supposed to be this is supposed to sometimes go. It seems like it's always going the same way, but I think it's supposed to sometimes go the other way. Yeah, they're all clogging up here. Like it's not, doesn't want to go that other way. When it goes the other way, then it ends up on the funnel. Oh, it ends up in the same place. Yeah, I think this part here is supposed to be a decision tree. Like it can bounce one way or the other. But it seems like it just keeps bouncing the same way. And it's definitely catching this every single time. Just doesn't want to go through there. First of all, it never goes left. And then second, it gets stuck at this every time. So this needs to be altered in some way. Maybe it needs to pull a little bit back. I think I should shut this down. Oh. Shut it down. And work on this a little bit. Now that we've seen where the problem areas are. And see if we can fix it. So, the problem areas are, it's sticking here, and it's always going the same direction here. It's never bouncing back. All right, so let's see if we can figure out the sticking problem. There's a piece inside of there, but I don't think that's really the problem. Let's see why it sticks there. Okay, it goes through. And then it doesn't continue because this is too tight. Which means this isn't pushed down far enough. So this needs to be pushed down further somehow. Maybe from this end. Maybe from the base. Basically, this is too high. And this can maybe get the right angle. Alright, let's try it now. Still doesn't go through, huh? Wow. Yeah, it's tight there. Why is it so friggin' tight there? And if I loosen it, I'm afraid that the gravity is not going to do its job. Alright, let's try it now. Now it goes through, but I had to hit it. It's got to have enough force. Alright, let's just try rolling one. Alright, it goes through now. But the decision, we're never going to get to the funnel if every ball jumps over this. So this thing here, it needs to go half the time this way and half the time that way. And the way it's going now, it's always going the same way. It's always going that way. Why is it not random like it's supposed to be? All right. We got one to go the other way. All right. Should we turn this back on and see what happens? All right, let's turn it on again. Let's see what we get. What? This one came out a totally different place. This one got stuck at a different place. It's pretty cool, but we didn't get any to go this way yet. I'm just going to start feeding them in different places and see what happens. They're still mostly going... What the heck? What the heck just happened? A ball got stuck somewhere? I heard the engine grinding. And these guys are getting stuck. No, that's okay. I think that's okay when they go there. That's how the game ends, I think. They're going too fast to go back. None of them are going back. I'm going to try to raise that up a little bit. Yep. None of them are going back. Alright, let's toy with this thing a little bit more. Can we raise this? No, because the pin is going through. What can we do with this? It does have a tilt to it, but this tilt is never working in our favor. What if we make this tighter? Because that will pull this back and create more space here. I mean, we got to try something, right? So let's try that. Let's see what happens. Still all going that way. Unbelievable. It's the amazing thing is they are hitting that space. They are hitting that piece on top. They're just always going the same direction. I'm going to try to cheat a couple of them. They're not easy to even to cheat. All right. So basically I'm cheating. Have we seen even one go that way on its own? Seems like no, right? Only if we cheat him that way. Oh my goodness. Even when you cheat, they sometimes don't go that way. Well, I think we achieved something. I mean, it's interesting. It's not 100%. Maybe if I tinker with it a little more, it'll get 100%. But, you know, we've been at this now 4 hours and 32 minutes or something like that. So I think we're going to say that this is as far as we're getting tonight. I may or may not showcase it working better at some other time. Probably not, honestly. We're just going to move on to the next puzzle, but I might tinker with this on my own if I ever get time. I'm John Rapp. This is Just Rest Your Eyes. Good night. See you tomorrow.